All right, just gotta fix some stuff quick, and we'll get started. Gosh, I was supposed to look up some stuff, but I didn't. That's okay. We'll figure it out on the fly. When has that ever steered anyone wrong? Pretty sure never. Just a couple more seconds here. For some reason, this takes a very long time to update, and I don't know why. I also don't know why I have to do this while I'm already live. It's kind of stupid. And I'll keep bringing it up every single time I have to do it. Okay, so today we are starting over. And by starting over, I just mean we're starting a new character. And potentially more than one character. Now, the real question, we're kind of flip-flopping between 3 different classes right now. Sorcerer has 15 intelligence, bad vitality, great attunement, bad strength and dex. But honestly, it's barely different from the Pyromancer, who's 2 levels lower. Overall, the stats aren't bad either way. They're pretty close. And then the Hunter, pretty bad intelligence, wastes some points in resistance. I'm sure most of that dexterity is a waste, but I'd actually have to look into it because I don't remember what the number is. They're all pretty close. Now, the Hunter doesn't have a great argument. We get a bow early, which we don't really need. That's a pretty poor argument. Sorcerer, we get intelligence. We get to cast our sorceries right away. It's okay. And the Pyro, we get a Pyro Flame. So, I think I'll start with the Sorcerer, and we'll just see how far we can take sorceries. And then after that, if we think we can afford to tune it down just a little bit, then we'll try out Pyro and see if it's better. And then maybe if we end up deciding we don't need the Pyromancy Flame, we can go Hunter. But I don't see a huge advantage into getting the bow that early. It's like kind of minimal. That is not very gold. All right. Also, we are still not going to be blindfolded for quite a while. I mean, we might do some today, but I really don't know where this is going to go. This could take a while. Hey. It is going all right, I guess. Certainly not doing bad. But I do recognize that I have a lot of work left to do on this project, and it's kind of intimidating. side is a good thing. It depends if you think there's a neutral in between. Then it might not be necessarily a good thing. But I know what you mean. Now, one silly thing about being the sorcerer is that the dagger is not a great weapon. But backstab is still pretty good, although if I get a backstab blindfolded, I mean, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, just give me my flasks, please. Thank you. Have a nice death. Yeah. Like, dealing with that guy with a dagger... Actually, I should probably test how much damage this dagger does without backstabbing. Because I mean, with the pyro, I had strats for dealing with all that. I don't remember what they were, but I had them. I think it was a jumping attack. Let's see what that damage does. I need 2 of those. That's, you know, not super great. You want to come hang out? Over here, where it's safe? Then again, that's not a lot of damage either. The only real problem is you really need to be able to kill things without moving. And I only get sorcery now. Also, didn't get the double hit. That's unfortunate. But that's pretty easy. Not that this boss is hard. Need all these to spend more sorcery stuff, I think. Guess we can grab some stuff. I know what we all need. I mean, I've got 3 runs going at the moment. I've got the run that I basically finished. And I've got a few saves from around there. I've got another run, which was my old run, which was originally going to be any %. And that I have all the saves from. And now I've got this one. Just because, 1, I was stupid and didn't make saves earlier, and 2, I need to test out lots of stuff. So, right now, my goal is testing out sorceries in the early stages of the game. I want to know how viable sorceries against gargoyles is going to be, and against Quelaag, and against Iron Golem, because that's going to depend on whether or not I use a Black Knight Halberd or sorceries for the early game. And that's going to change which class I choose, that's going to change everything about the routing. So that's why we're doing a new run. And once I figure out that, there's probably going to be another run, and then another one after that. There's going to be a lot of runs before everything, but if we can figure this out, we'll have a pretty good idea what we're doing. How do blindfolded runs work? Well, I'll tell you what, they start with a blindfold, and you might notice I don't have one right now. But typically, you wear one of these. I know you're not stupid. And the name of the game in any blindfolded run, in any game, is normalized movement. Which is to say, if I press a button, something is going to happen exactly the same way every time. And so in Dark Souls, the best way you can achieve that is with rolling, with back steps, and various things like attacking moves me slightly forward, things like that. There's other advantages of like walls. If you walk into a wall, you notice I'm just holding forward on the stick right now, and I'm not going anywhere. So in some cases, you'll be able to say like, okay, I'm just going to walk forward until I walk into the corner, and then I know I'm in the corner after waiting a while. You'll just be there, and then from that point, you can say, okay, well, maybe I'll backstep, maybe I'll roll to the left, but it gets a little complicated. And which is why, or like right now, I'm on controller, just because it's convenience, because keyboard actually sucks for playing this game. But in the future, my plans are, anyways, to use keyboard for the actual run, because on keyboard you have 4 directional movements, which gives you 8 directions that you can move pretty much guaranteed. So like, you don't have to worry about being like a little off. You can go like, essentially like due north, south, east, west, even though it's obviously not north, south, east, west, but you know. So, a lot of things will look like, you know, something along the lines of, and I'll use keyboard here, 1, 2, 3, oh, then I screwed it up, 4 rolls forward, or 1, 2, 3, 4 steps back, things like that. A little bit, yeah. I basically have to find a way to remove as much randomness from the equation as possible. Well, I mean, I haven't done much at this point. I do have beside me my old notes from the start of my routing for any percent version. And honestly, it's been so long since I looked at them, but hopefully there's some good stuff there, because it'll be a nice start. Oh, god damn it. And then you have other nice things, and we'll get to that in a second. First, I have to talk to this guy. If you could actually talk to me, that'd be great. And, ooh, he wants some real money, does he?
Come back soon.
I wasn't expecting that. We have no money. Okay, well, that's fine. We have other good, helpful things in the game, like this door, which this door in particular isn't mostly helpful, but here, I'll stand like right here, and I'll open the door. And you notice my character teleported to the middle of the door. And so, the problem with this door is you can only use it one time. But from here, if you ever open the door, and you know where you are, you know you open this door, you'll know exactly your position in space, and you can use that to base your movement off of. But the problem is, if you say use this door, and then you know where you are, and then you go off and you die, and you come back here, you can't open the door again to get to the same spot. So, in this case, this door is actually kind of annoying. But there are other ways to figure out where you are, other ways to get known positions. Again, corners are usually quite helpful. But another one is every time you die, you go back to your bonfire, or sometimes it's not a bonfire in very rare circumstances. And that's always a fixed position, and also important, a fixed camera position too. Also, I should point this out, I can turn around like this, and I can press down on the right stick, and it will always shoot my movement straight forward, which can be helpful. And so there's a lot of pressing that stick involved, or I don't want to know what button it'll be on keyboard. The only problem is with that is at the same time, if you press the stick around an enemy, it doesn't set your camera forward. It locks your camera onto the enemy. Like that, but we'll worry about that issue when we get to it. Enemies are really annoying. Ah, crap. That's not ideal, but I can see, so I can run past him. But yeah, that's how you do blindfolded runs, essentially. Hey, you made it. Yeah, I was saying, enemies are really a problem. Generally speaking, if anything goes wrong, it's usually a reset. It does depend on the situation. Like, there's ideas of, like, having backup strats. Like, if you can just figure out where you are, it can be very helpful. And sometimes you're just going to be in the thick of it, and you're going to have to say, well, I'm going to do my best here. But, like, if you'll watch Bubzia, who did the any percent route of this game, Blindfolded, and you watch his first run, you'll see many times, you're like, he knows what's going on, and then he gets completely lost, he loses the plot, he doesn't know where he is, he doesn't know what happened, he's confused because of the sounds he's getting. And I just look at that moment and go, you gotta reset, man. You just gotta reset. And he keeps trying to save it, and I'm like, you can't save it here, you're screwed. And then eventually he has to die or reset because, yeah, there's often nothing you can do. Like, if you ever want to test out just how hard it can be, open up any game you like, and just close your eyes and start playing that game, and then 5 seconds later, tell yourself where you are, and you realize that you're wrong. Oh, wait. We can get it later, I guess. Hopefully I don't lose these. Oh, man, if I lose these, it'll be really bad. Yeah, the big problem I have right now with this run is with sorceries, I'm trying to follow what Bubzia did. But he has access to glitches because, well, he didn't need to worry so much about impressing people. And I said, for some stupid reason, I wasn't going to do those. Which means he has access to infinite souls, and I have access to a very finite amount of souls. It's going to cause some serious rifts between the two runs and our damages. So that's going to be fun.
What weapon? Come back soon.
Down. Well, that's exactly it. I mean, hey, he did it first, and he actually took the time to figure all that out, and I'm going to be able to borrow a lot of his strats. Can we just... everyone close your eyes. Alright, you can open your eyes again. Everything's fine. Nothing weird happened. And also a lot of the challenges we're going to have is because we need to, like, farm our own souls and things like this. Not only is our damage going to be weaker, but we actually have to figure out how to farm those souls. And so that's going to be one of the biggest hurdles to overcome. So there's ways to deal with inventory, and it's going to depend on the route. So anything that drops equipment, I mean, so the main thing is, don't pick up anything that you don't want to pick up, right? If an enemy drops something, you can just not pick it up. But yes, you're absolutely correct. Getting random loot is problematic. So like when you kill a hollow and that little shiny soul appears on the ground, you're like, ooh, I want to know what it is. I want to know what it is. Luckily, you can't see, so you won't know that you got something to know that you want to press the button. But you should not press the button, because it could be bad for you. But there are ways around it. I'm probably going to be getting the bottomless box at some point in this run, which you can use to store items. You can also just drop items. I don't know how dropping items works in this game, so I'll have to investigate that, but also just having the bottomless box can be very useful. Particularly if you don't want to accidentally drop something you want. If you put it in the box, you can just always be like, oh, I screwed up, and then you can go back and get out of the box. I don't think we're gonna win this fight. I'm guessing this doesn't stagger. I'm probably also dead. Yeah, that's pretty useless. Actually, you'll see in Bubsy's run, he does use a form of echolocation at times. I don't know if I'll be resorting to those strats. Because they seem wholly ineffective a lot of the time. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can use to figure out where you are. I can explain some of those in a second. So you can hear grass sometimes. That's definitely grass. That's more dirt. You can hear things like that. If you have a shield on... I don't have a shield. But if you smack stuff, you can hear yourself hitting it. If you're standing in water, you can hear splashes. There's not a lot of sound to go off of. But as far as echolocation goes... you can actually just pull out a bow and start shooting things, and then use that to try and figure out what's around you. Sort of like, actually very much echolocation, like, oh, there's a wall right in front of me, and then if I move to the left a little bit, there's no wall, so that might be a doorway kind of a thing. I had a kind of scary thought, and that's, what if I need the red tearstone ring to get the damage I need early on? Like later on, maybe, but... I don't want to lose these 1,000 souls. Can I spend them? An extra attunement slot is always helpful. I don't really need it right now. Dexterity might be nice. It's probably not meaningful. More damage, probably the most sensible thing. Just want to lose as little as possible trying to get this red tearstone ring in case I need it later. Oh yeah, going back to the inventory stuff too. Are there like subtle things you can do to figure stuff out? Oh, well, I'm probably gonna die anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, probably better to assume I'm gonna die. But like if you're in inventory and you're like, you know, it's all gonna be based on memory, so you're gonna know like, okay, 3 units under my dagger is my morning star, which I don't know why you'd want to switch to either of them, but let's just say, and so you switch to it, and then you get that little prompt that says insufficient stats, right? Whereas if you go to the straight sword, you don't get it. You hear that sound that goes like what, and so you're like, oh, something's up, and so you know you got the right item if you wanted the morning star potentially. Or if that doesn't happen, and you're like, hang on, something's wrong here, and then what you could do is you know that you maybe picked up a bad item, is you could go to the morning star, and oh, I guess I'd have to go here. And I could go to drop it, but I'm holding it, so I don't think I can drop it while I'm holding it. Yeah. And then you'd be like, okay, now if I do everything, does it work now? And if it does, then you're like, okay, we figured out what was wrong. Things like that, like, there will be small differences between things that you want and don't want, and you can use those differences to try and figure out what's true. We got lucky. Means. Alright. Again, I'm gonna need everyone to look away. Oh, you can look back now. It's good. Nothing happened. Oh, I love the stats. One moment, sir. We'll do it like this. Oh wait, can I not parry with this hand? Oh. Well, I can parry with my hand. Well, I can. Oh god, I don't even have a... I don't have to kill this guy, but I forget. I feel like I have a weird strat here somehow to kill this guy with like some degree of randomness to it. Give me a second here. Oh, I'd have to decipher this later. It's been too long. We'll just try and kill him now and whatever. I guess the dagger might end up being helpful. Yeah, no luck. Right, so the one thing I'm thinking is I might want to use the Black Knight Halberd in my runs. and it drops randomly from that guy. And so there's no way to know if you get the drop or not, because you always get the chunk. And so for that case, you just have to know where it would be in your inventory, and then know what would be there in its place if you didn't get the drop, and you just have to basically check if you got the drop or not that way. And also you could like equip what you think should be the Black Knight Halberd. And if you know, your swings after that point don't sound like a Black Knight Halberd, you can be like, I don't think I got the drop, and then you can reset and start over. I don't love the idea of that randomness being in the run, but at the start of the game is, I think, acceptable. Not a bad way to kill that. Right now, I'm trying to figure out if sorcery is viable without glitches, at least in the early game. I need to know if I can get the kind of damage to copy the kind of damage you can get with glitches, which is to say you can dupe as many souls as you want. I need to be able to mimic that same stuff, otherwise... So essentially, like, right now I want to see if I can beat gargoyles with magic, if I can beat Quelaag with magic, and if I can beat Iron Golem with magic, and maybe a little bit of Ornstein and Smo. So I have to kind of play as legit as I can with in terms of souls to see like what's possible. If I want more souls, what I have to do to get those, and see how much power level I can get, because I know I can get the Black Knight Halberd, and then presumably I can get enough souls to wield it. And with the Black Knight Halberd, I'm pretty sure I can take on gargoyles. And so I'm just trying to figure out if this is going to be a Black Knight Halberd start or a sorcery start, basically. Because until I know what weapons and stuff I'm using, it's really hard to start routing things. Well, I mean, I am routing things, but I think you know what I mean. Ah, crap. Quick. Actually, I think we can just... Well, I think we quit out once it reaches the bottom, it'll be fine. Oh, I could have waited. Would have literally been faster. Forgot about that. Actually, sorry, I just wanted to show off this weird thing that I learned. Yep, that's it. So those pillars are breakable, but they require a level of destruction damage. I don't really know what to call it, but like destructible items in this game have like specific health bars that like only take certain kinds of damage. And like if you can't exceed that level, or no, objects in this game have health bars, or sorry, they have health bars and they have armor, and most items only have armor. And so if you can't do over a certain amount of damage, you can't break them. and for some reason, presumably it was for anti-stuck reasons, you loading back into the game, this animation where your character stands up does enough damage to break those pillars. And I just wanted to show that off. Also, actually, I'm thinking I don't want to deal with the cutscene every time. So I'll activate the cutscene, then I'll quit back out, and then I'll make a backup save. So we can do a few tests here. We didn't make that part of the level. Oh, the reason it breaks, you mean? Like, why they even made it, like, breakable? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, I forgot to make a backup save. I'll quickly do that. And so, yeah, the reason that breaks is because it's cool. But you're not technically supposed to be able to break it. But it is intended to be broken by the... Is it Berenike Knight? The big guy with the tower shield and the mace. He does enough damage to break those pillars. And so he'll, like, chase after you and break the pillars, and it's supposed to be all scary. Well, that's a start. Well, good news. Good news, everyone. That is incredibly doable. I don't use sorcery enough because that is broken. I guess now the real thing to test is how many hits? Because I wasn't counting. I was just so amazed. And we can worry about, like, specific positionings later. Just kind of... Wait, what? Oh, I'm casting the wrong spell. 166. That doesn't matter. Well, actually, it matters because it's slow, but... I'll just start over. So it was 7 for the first guy anyways. And I'm curious, I don't think... It might come in handy in a pinch. I'm curious if I can smack him for that last little bit of damage. I'd only try that if everything went wrong, but things are gonna go wrong. That's gonna happen. That's really unfortunate. But it's gonna happen. Extra damage. Well, forgot that he's gonna stagger. He's been cheating up to this point. Still, it is amazing how viable that seems. Still want to confirm the number of hits required on the second guy. Kind of important. All right. Good luck with that. The plan is to be on till midnight, so... Depends how long whatever you're doing takes, I guess. And it also depends what midnight means to you. Still alive? I'm in CST. And for confusion, that's Central Standard, not the other CSTs, which are less popular. Or maybe they're not less popular, I don't know. I don't use them. Yeah, well, you're welcome to do whatever you want, but you'll be welcome back. Man, he just loves that attack. God. Damn it. Yes! 4 damage. That means I should get 1 more intelligence for this. There's no way. There's no justification for not getting more intelligence. But I still want to test out the other guy, because I want to know. Well, does it matter? It doesn't. Okay, I'll get 1 more shot, and then I'll go get more intelligence. Don't die for now, please. Okay. 2, 3. Oh. Just 3? Okay. Still, we're gonna go get 1 more intelligence and check those numbers. I might even get 2 levels. I don't know what 2 levels would do, but I mean, presumably I'll use the intelligence eventually. It doesn't matter. Not right now. We can get 3 more intelligence, but start with 1. We're here for testing. So another thing we can do is we can get Soul Air. He will make things significantly easier. But he'll also change the amount of damage required. So there's that. Now we want to make another save. Okay, so we're expecting 6 hits here, and then 3 hits. Looking like what it's going to be. I don't know why that guy was so trigger happy. He seemed to like hit me every time, but it still worked out. So we'll say 6 and 3. I honestly don't need to test that anymore. We can try 18 intelligence. One other thing I possibly have to worry about is getting to gargoyles, which for now I've just been kind of glossing over. But strats do exist, and I think they use a bow actually. So maybe that won't be a huge issue, or maybe I'll need dexterity for that and then it won't work. I guess we'll find out. Oh crap. Oh, it's over. It's not over yet. We're probably gonna die here. We're okay. So I can't imagine this breaking another threshold, but it might break a threshold on the other guy too, so there's always that. Still 6 and 3. Time to go get more intelligence. That doesn't usually happen. But worked out good. Well, it's not any better for this fight in particular, but I guess we gotta test the other guy. He looks half health. Like it'd be kind of crazy. Assume anything different, but. Who knows? Maybe this won't even be the most consistent it can be, too. Maybe Halberd's more consistent. But it probably makes more sense to go sorcery for a lot of reasons. Even if it's slightly less consistent. Because getting the Halberd is not consistent at all. Well, that was gonna mess with stats. Okay, at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and look at the gargoyle stats. So they're saying 999 and 480. 480 divided by 193. Yeah, that checks out. 480 minus 193 minus 193. 94. I have to divide by 2. 47 plus 193. I'd have to get 240 damage per shot to kill in 2, which would probably also be a kill in 4. Actually, it would be shy, wouldn't it? Yeah, I need 250 to kill in 4. So I guess the question is, well, actually I don't have a great way of duping just a check. I could look into Red Tearstone Ring, because that just makes it more badass. I mean, The setup, not ideal, but also, why haven't I been wearing it this whole time? There's no reason not to be wearing it if I have it. Other than I don't want to mess with stuff, that's true. Excuse me. So let's take a hit. Oh, that's not ideal. Could you give me one more, please? Perfect. Well, I would have two-hit. Fortunately, I killed him so fast, so it might not necessarily be worth getting extra damage if it's going to mess up my timings. But also, he usually does the fire anyways, and I think if he chooses not to do the fire, this is bad for me anyways. Still, it is... I mean, getting the setup with the ring is hard. But if I'm wearing it anyways, like if I need it earlier in the run, why not get it early? Well, that's always good. Yeah, I don't think it matters that much, so... I don't think I really need to mess with dexterity right now, like it's gonna be marginal benefits. The point is, this is definitely doable with sorcery, that's the point. So I'll just try and kill him, and move on. I might as well wear a ring. I guess I wasn't thinking about it earlier, but I'll definitely use a homeward bone now. Like, actually use a homeward bone, you know what I mean? Because 10,000 souls is 10,000 souls. Oh. Well, we can cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, we'll have 19 intelligence and not worry about it, but we might want to go back to our other saves. Like, 17 intelligence, I believe, was the break point for 6 hits. Yeah, I should actually be using Humanity Proper when I would actually use Humanity Proper in the run. That way I can keep track of those too, because that's important. So, 10,000 souls. What do you do with it? Your first 10,000 you should probably spend on leveling. It's going to make everything easier. The problem is, I don't know what I need yet. I guess we're going to go try and run down to Quelaag immediately. I could check my idea board. Okay, Taurus Demon. It's too early. Like, why? What's the point? I can get Twinkling Titanite for a Black Knight Halberd that I don't have. Moonlight Butterfly, not ridiculous. I think it drops like 20,000 souls. So that's respectable. Like, if we think we need more souls, maybe we can route that in. But I'd rather test at the 10,000 first and then move from there. Iron Golem is after Quelaag. Capra. Oh, I have Capra not because technically you can get to Capra without Taurus. I guess, yeah. But why would I do Capra now? That doesn't make any sense. So I guess you just run down to Quelaag with as much intelligence as our little hearts can carry. And see what happens. There's an argument for buying something with these souls, but I don't think it's important right now. We're just concerned with sorceries with this playthrough. I suppose it would be worth looking into what a pyromancer and a hunter respectively can do, because they're going to have 500 less souls because they had to buy a catalyst. They're going to have less intelligence because they have less intelligence. Also, a weird thought, what are the chances of doing Stray Demon? 0? Probably. It's kind of hard. I had a bleed weapon. It's still not easy, because I have to hit him a bunch of times. That's a strat for someone who knows what they're doing, and being blindfolded is kind of like not knowing what you're doing. Except it is the exact opposite of that. Well, no, it is kind of like not knowing what you're doing. Okay, Lautrec. It would be a good time for practice anyways. It's true that if we let him live for now, we can fight him later, and we also get the option of either a Firekeeper soul and the Dingy set. But I think that's a question for another time. I think if at any point in this run we use the Ring of Fate Protection, it's now. Now, a little problem we have is we can't lock onto him. slow enough that he doesn't know how to roll it properly, which is nice. I know there's possibly a strat, but and yeah, we'll just put it on for now. Why not? And I'll fill up my health because we might need it. The problem we're gonna have is toxic. If we get hit at all, we're just gonna get toxic. And we don't have the leather hat. We get as much as we can get. Probably slow rolling, yeah. That thing's... oh, we're good. Don't we look stylish? Don't you forget about me. Interesting thought I had. What if we need more spells?
Ah, that's good. Have you...
Maybe we can't even afford it. It's 30 more shots. I guess we'll cross that bridge if we get to it.
Don't...
Yep, I think so. Where did we get souls from? Did one of those big guys fall down? Probably, right? 500 souls. We don't at the moment have a way to get rid of poison. Ooh. Put out now so that we can test our TSR if we need to. Well, why not just right away, right? seems rather fast. Oh, too fast. Also, that's not the ideal attack. If you wouldn't mind. Yeah. So, like, that's a thing. It's really hard to argue against doing that. And what I mean is, how could the halberd possibly compete with that? I was testing it yesterday, and it was like not even. Well, okay, if I was like actually trying super hard, I could have probably killed her every time with a halberd. Sighted. But I mean, that was just so easy. I don't think I can do anything else. It was just like with the halberd, you can get a similar setup, but you just can't exploit it like that. And I mean, maybe we can test how consistent this is. Like getting once you get it, I think it's like pretty much locked in. So we can't really get there in time anyways. Just hitting, but the big, yeah, this is a big waste of time. The trick, I think, to this is taking your time with it. If Quelaag is close, she's not going to jump. And she's not attacking. If she's just walking, this is great. So you really don't want is damn. But you really don't want her to like jump at you or try and shoot lava at you. Because if it hits you, you're in a bad spot. They can heal all the way. But I don't think Red Tear Sun Ring really makes a difference here. It's like, yeah, you'll do a lot more damage. But like, if the spot works, the spot works. That's okay, yeah, I think you want to kind of, you're like here running and you start running yourself. No, she's just too fast, so start early. And This might work. Doesn't look like it's gonna work. Oh, it's gonna work. It didn't feel like at any point it was even in any danger. So that's with 28 intelligence. Quite effective. 10 shots by my count. Yeah, we're not even in a covenant. We can join this one without consequence. I don't know what it'll do for us, but might as well check it out.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, he did something for us. Okay. Well, we can get Great Chaos Fireball, which we can't use without a Pyromancy Flame. Which is the one real reason to still pick Pyromancer first, so far, that I can think of. Here we would use Homeward Bone, absolutely. Unless we wanted to kill Ceaseless, but we'll worry about that at another point. I guess there's an argument for getting the robes, and then they can help you with getting down through Blighttown again. But I mean, if we got through there the first time, it's not like it matters that much. Okay. So now we're going up against Iron Golem and all of Sen's Fortress. And I can't imagine a world in which we don't just need as much intelligence as possible. Right? Maybe more attunement. But we'll just start with intelligence and now he's back to it. 36, that sounds like a good number. That's like Soul Spear number. We are going to have to look into... Just since it's so close. Rescuing a Logan. Because there's not really a reason not to do it now. So then we'd presumably have those sorceries to do iron golem with. Okay. So I don't really care whether the 138 souls, the 500 extra, whatever is supposed to be in my inventory in the first place. That works pretty much as described. The only thing I have to worry about is having enough health to survive the hits. I also don't know how consistent it is, but I'm pretty sure that was roughly the strat. I feel like I should not grab these. I don't know if he changed his attack because I healed, but I kind of can't not heal. I'll die if I don't. Unless the strat has to be tank the first 2 hits, somehow heal through the third. No. There may be just a little luck involved, and maybe there's better ways to set it up so it works more consistently, and I'll have to find those at a later date, but still need to talk to Logan, so... That'll do.
Oh,
I think it would make sense to just forfeit all these souls, but I'd like to, if I could, quickly snap up that other soul back there. Ooh. And we'll just throw them away. That's fine. I don't want to trigger that boulder thing yet. It doesn't really matter, but I suppose it would be more efficient. Just talk to him.
As
So, Homing Soul Mask, great spell. Soul Spear, really great spell. Great heavy soul arrow, heavy soul arrow. That's a lot of souls. Guy, you know what I mean? 70,000 for all of these. 76 to add those on top. It wouldn't really add magic weapon or magic shield. Like, it would be nice to have magic shield, but what did it do? Like, blocks magic damage. Useful against 4 kings, maybe, but not necessary by any stretch. Still, I would love to use a magic shield spell in the run. That would be sick. That's like, I just want to show off as much of the game as I can, but I'm probably just going to be showing off sorcery, maybe some pyromancy. You know, if I could route in some miracles, I can't really, but that would be cool. Okay, so how do I get that kind of money?
no results.
We have on us, it's a 8K or probably an 8K, a 10K, maybe an 800, maybe a 400, maybe two 200s. So like, let's just say 20K. We have enough for homing, and that's it. It's ramped a week. Thick.
Do you
Sure.
very? I am.
So that's 10K. That seems like a boost. That's 1K. That's a throwaway. these two are worth selling. This is all garbage. I mean, I could sell these, but why? I could break them down and probably sell them for more. 50 for the grass. No way, it's way more than that. Yeah. I could look into...
Farewell.
Here's a really silly strat. Yeah. And I don't know if this will work. I've only heard rumors this is possible. Shoot. If we think this is a 10k, it might just be a 1k. No, it's gotta be a 10k. This is a 10k. We kind of need to use both of those, but instead, well, just kill the Moonlight Butterfly. I think. Actually, this is a spot where Magic Shield would be useful. If I actually, I still can't wield Grass Crest, but we can also use Beatrice. Sure. Well, should we? Yeah, let's make a backup. Right, so we'll start just by ourselves, see what happens. If it doesn't look plausible, we'll call in backup. to drink. And my character did like the invalid action. Still, it seems doable on my own. There's a good argument to be made for doing it with Beatrice just because... Okay, not a good argument. There's an argument. There's also another argument to do it with Beatrice because it'll be easier. The big downside is it's inconsistent. It increases the boss health, and it requires wasting a humanity. Why are you doing that? Ideal. Ooh, there's a setup. That's gonna have a lot of variables to it, but it's very doable at this level. I'm hoping it's 20k. Well... I always need this key. The homeward bone is nice. The divine ember is not a big deal. And presumably here I would use an actual homeward bone. Yeah, I probably don't need to use Beatrice. In my head, I want to use Beatrice in all the fights you can use her on, so that I can get her stuff later. Hold on a second, actually. I should figure out how Beatrice works. Excuse me. Please. Whose internet is the problem? Is it mine or is it yours? Don't know. The website seems to give me problems. I don't know. We'll come back to that, I guess. Or, oh, we kind of need the information now. It's kind of important. Okay. I guess then, without knowledge, I'll take the safer option and do it again with Beatrice. Might as well see what it's like. So she didn't help much. So now you need 10,000 souls. I guess, is my thing loaded? It's still broken. It's working now. Cool. Summon for 4 kings. Only if you summon for Moonlight Butterfly. They say they don't recommend her. But that doesn't mean she won't be helpful. Oh, you can always get her stuff otherwise. Okay. So the only reason to summon her here is if she helps, or if she helps in the 4 Kings boss fight. And also, if I wanted her stuff, I'd have to, like, route how to get it. It wouldn't be that bad, but... The witch set and her catalyst. Is her catalyst even remotely good? Yes, it's going to take forever to load everything. Okay, cool. So, we did it. We didn't need to. Also, now we're human, and that's going to be a problem potentially later. But also, if we want to lose our humanity, we have to potentially lose our souls, because otherwise we have to pick up our bloodstain, and doing that is not necessarily easy. So, I think the hero soul is just a sweet 10k. Hopefully it is. Yeah. Perfect. I guess I shouldn't have... Whatever. Rested at the bonfire.
Don't get you.
Now, I will say, what we're about to do might be really cheesy. And for that reason, we might not actually do it in the run, even though... Well, for one, it's going to be really slow and boring and weird, if it works. And two, people are going to think it's a glitch. But it's not a glitch. It's just stupid. And I don't know if it works. I might have the wrong item in my head. It might not work the way I think it does. There are many ifs. And also because it's slow, it's gonna be really awkward for me to do it right now. But if I can get it to work, then I can just do Quelaag Souls, I guess. And then say I did it a bunch of times. If I'm not mistaken, if you just walk here and talk to her, they leave you alone.
Is it not so that thou that comest in my advice? The legend
Yeah.
traversing have. Well, I come. What does that? Oh, I.
We abandoned the Chaos Servants, but I wasn't really
And-
convinced that sticking with them was important.
If thou will, if I that, but the dead.
Okay, anything else in here that we can get? We can try and figure out a way to get the Eastwood Grain Ring, I suppose. But I don't know if that's worth it. It's more like, hey, now's a good time to test if we can even get it. Okay, so pretty sure if you go off the edge, this doesn't work. And I know if you kill me, this doesn't work. But maybe if he goes off the edge, it will. No, I don't think it does.
Sick of don't you ever come back.
But ring. So apparently that works, kind of. Besides the fact that we died. I don't think it stays on the ground, right? Like, I'm pretty sure we lose it forever. Should we check? We already quit out, which is kind of a bad thing. We'll check later if we think it's important. If we have more damage, this becomes a lot easier. I don't know how we survived long enough to get the drop. Darkwood Brain Ring. Okay, I got the name wrong. I don't know if this will help, but there's a thought in my head that if it changes our roll distance, it's potentially useful. There's a possibility of using these guys to farm for souls, but it sounds really hard to get a setup for that, even though it's one of the better early game farms. Lost our humanity, that's nice. It's just kind of back on a level footing. And we keep our souls. Okay, What was I gonna do? Well, I can... I mean, this has got to change the distance, right? Sick. We did all that for the... Right. Souls. We did that for souls. I remembered. I will say, one problem with using the Darkwood Grain Ring in the run at all, like, to be useful and, like, to have, say, make some of the setups easier is, if it does work like that, and we do get that, the problem becomes it's a reset point in the run, where we have to start over from scratch if we don't get it. It's not that far into the run, right? Only after 2 bosses. And it's also not that far into the run after... after we already eliminated the idea of the halberd, because we just don't think it's worth going for now. Although, we'd still potentially have the halberd, but we wouldn't have to, like, reset for it, because we probably want to kill the Black Knight either way. But... the idea is you can, if you kill the guy and he drops the ring and then you die, you lose out on the ring, I think. If you kill him and he falls off the edge, you lose out on the ring. There's a lot of things that make you lose out on the ring. And so if you need it to do stuff, then you're just screwed if you can't do them. So, here's the stupid thing that I think you can do.
Farewell.
There's 1,000 souls. And there's our ring back.
Farewell.
There's 1,000 souls. And there's our ring back. So, as you can see, infinite souls exist, but technically they've always existed. So if you're thinking like, oh man, this is insane, you've always been able to kill enemies over and over and over again, and often enemies will give you more than 1,000 souls at a time, so this is not really a huge exploit. But it is a safe exploit, and it is definitely not a glitch. I will now proceed to not do that, on account of that's going to take forever. Yeah, I've got time for that. So let's just pretend that we did that like 70 times, 72 to be exact.
Hello? I will stay here.
And also I'm going to lose these souls. Because it'll help with routing. God damn it. There was a reason I wanted to lose those souls. And I just picked them back up. Alright. We can now go on to Iron Golem. We haven't leveled our intelligence since anyways. So we can always just test Iron Golem without Soul Spear and see if that works. And then maybe we don't have to do that ridiculous ring stuff. Time I'm kind of debating. I should get the bonfire up there. In a real run, I almost certainly would get the bonfire. But if I get the bonfire and then I want to change something, go all the trouble of climbing back down. Well, I can just. Wait, no, I have to climb. Yeah, I have to climb back down Sense Fortress, which is kind of annoying. I guess I could always get the cage key. Not even close. I might just, yeah, that was bound to happen. I don't know why I'm so stupid. Oh, come on. Okay, we're gonna live. Oh, so here's where you really don't want the Darkwood Grain Ring. At this point, I have never found a use for the Ring of Steel Protection. Ah, crap. Don't really care. Okay, perhaps I should use the bonfire. Otherwise I don't have all the casts I need. At the very least, I don't have the same casts that I would have. Kind of important. Okay, I'm always forgetting about Iron Tarkus exists, but that's always an option too. There's not really a good reason to kill the guy upstairs other than for money. So we just run here. For protection, I don't really know what the, oh crap. I did a bad thing. Oh no. Alright, I hope you liked that, because we have to do that all again. I mean, the damage is okay, but I need more testing. So yeah, we're all the way back here, which is...
Sick home. Don't you ever come back again.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like it's dropping because I'm dead. But we can check to see if it's there, because that's kind of a hard thing to get. If I die, I have to start over like that. And again, I don't even know if it's useful. It is there, okay. That's good.
You sick hole. Don't you ever come back again.
We gotta test that again. I mean, we could have done that anyways because we had the backup save, but... You know. Go to Dupe Souls again. Gotta buy the stuff again. To climb back up Sen's Fortress again. Not that far back, but... Problem is the practice doesn't really help. Yeah, that's bad for that one.
So, I will stay here.
Avoid getting using Homeward Bone. And to get rid of the extra souls. his spells. I don't think we need them until we're up there, so we'll be okay. I really want to use that to run. I used it for these guys. I hope that doesn't matter. Sick. Remember, kids, always cut corners, because there are no consequences to your actions. Nice. Welcome back. You missed some stuff. Like, we can flip now. I don't know if it's helpful. Also, you missed me screwing up really bad and having to do stuff over again. So, I bet you feel pretty stupid for leaving now. Alright, now here's where we're going to quit out and make a backup save. Because only an idiot would forget to do that. We are most certainly not an idiot. I think we're still 36 in, aren't we? I hope so, because that's what I'm naming the backup save. Nice. Nailed it in one. You just like start shooting. Nope. The damage isn't great. I did miss 2 soul spears for being silly. But at least we can retry. Over and over, because somebody, say it with me now, remember to make a backup save. That's right. Man, that'd look cool if I could get that to go. I can hear his number of footsteps, so I can base some stuff off of that. You think you figured it out, do you? I think you just got me pegged. Just little numbers, calculations in your head, huh? Man, that's still not going to be easy like that. Also, and I forgot about this. Wait, oh, in order to do that, we need to go to the undead merchant, or we can get lucky. Ah, getting lucky's fun. I like doing that. Because although we proved that we can get infinite souls, it is not very fast. Oh, you're back, are you? Why are you back? Did you not die from falling down? It's Admiral, I guess. Admirable, I should say. Okay, so what I'm gonna try and do every time. You coming? No, you're not. Okay. Thought this thing comes up every now and again. Maybe I'm mistaken. Does it have to be activated for the first time? Perhaps. Or maybe it's a different one. Also, I don't know why it didn't occur to me. Instead of going with whatever crazy setup Zia used to open up that door, I could just use the boulders to do it. It'd be like significantly easier. Like it'll take a little longer, but you know, it just seems much more reasonable. Okay. And here's where we gotta get lucky. And I think we can smack them. Put out. Load back in. He doesn't drop the same item again. Might need more Lloyd's talismans if we want to do this properly. Apparently I don't know how to cancel a sorcery cast. I should probably make a backup before trying this again. It would make sense. Just remember, as painful as all of this looks to do over and over and over again, and how much easier it must be to be doing all these crazy things to make it easier, it's going to be even worse when I can't see and can't do any of those things. Oops. I'll just work around that mistake. I think those numbers are possibly the other way around. 10,000 to plan it out, 100 to actually do it. Yeah, something like that. I'm not sure what the drop rate of this is, but I do know that I just got more Lloyd's talismans. Drop rate would be a lot better. I just realized that if I want this to... Actually, no, I don't think... I don't know if the Gold Serpent Ring actually makes this any harder or easier. Because it's like literally right next door. I just have to find a way to break the wall. But the problem is, I don't think the pit fills up. Unless you're actually down here. Otherwise, the boulders would just roll infinitely. Oh, I didn't... I don't think I hit him, and I think that might be necessary. I'm not sure. I can afford to do it, so let's do it. Come on. I suppose in my last attempt I can always kill him. And then get one more roll on the table. And no dice. Obviously it's got a lightning spear, nothing else. If I don't get it this time, I'm gonna actually look into what it takes to get it. Because I hate this. But it's also kind of important to test. Gotta make sure I'm not like doing something wrong and potentially wasting most of my attempts. Apparently I hit him in the head last time. Page on Beatrice's catalyst finally loaded, and what does it tell me? Decent scaling, but not really too important. Stats are identical to the Sorcerer's Catalyst. Ah, so it looks cool. Gotcha. Sets on the head. Symbol of avarice. Not giving me much to go off of. I have no data on drop rate that I can find. That's good. I'll just keep flailing around in the dark. I don't actually know if attacking it helps, but it makes me feel better. It did also suggest that item discovery does help with the drop. Also, I don't have another Lloyd's Talisman, so I'll just have attack it here. Alright, I think what I'm going to do is go get more Lloyd's Talismans. I think they're sold by the merchant and maybe by Oswald. Well, it's got to be somewhere on this page. Can't be that blind. Doesn't say so. Which does mean I have to go through an annoying area, but it shouldn't be too bad. Oh yeah, we're still stuck in here. That's fine. Since we're here, and the boulder's not being annoying, quickly grab this. Also, I just realized that we die, we don't go where we want to go. Unless we get what we want, and then we do. So try not to die. It's not really enough spells to guarantee get there. And we actually need more souls too, so we kind of have to rest to this bonfire. Those will come in handy. Detour. Surprised at how non-homing the soul arrow spell is. Should we see what this is? Terrible. It's important to note that it knocks us backwards. We can't really say this is the perfect. Okay, repair powder could come in handy, but so I think we just need like 6. Well, let's start with 6, which is what I think we need. And we might as well buy the residence key now. Bottomless box, repair box. None of these are too important. None of these are too important. The rest can just be more Lloyd's talismans, just in case.
Thank you.
That should be enough, and it should test my theory properly. Which is less of a theory and more of I'm pretty sure that's how it works. It is possible that in order to get a guaranteed drop of the symbol of avarice, that we actually need to not quit out every time, but I don't think that's the case. But I guess if we exhaust all 18 and it doesn't happen, then we'll try not quitting out. Also, all of this, by the way, is just to get an item for when we beat Iron Golem and actually do so in a way that we're happy with and we think is viable. Because we've yet to find one. Red Piercer Ring is a good contender, though, I suppose. Seeing as he's kind of a pushover at the start of the fight. It only really gets scary once he starts getting closer. That sounds a little scary. Oh, that's right. Let's look at this first. a backup save. And first try, come on, first try. For some reason in my head, I just thought, like, maybe you actually have to kill him to get the drop, but I don't think that's the case at all. No worries. You gotta do what's best for you. Oh, what am I trying to do? Mimics can drop the symbol of avarice, but it's like a really rare drop. And if every time you throw a Lloyd's Talisman at them, it has a chance at that drop. And also, I'm pretty sure if you throw enough at them, eventually they just guaranteed drop it. There we go. That's what I'm trying. Alright, now I still need a strat to actually beat Iron Golem. I guess the best thing to do Maybe to try and use this guy. Into red crystal ring range. Okay. Now we don't have to do all that Void's Talisman shenanigans over and over again. Also, I don't think I explained it, but the Symbol of Avarice, if you don't know, increases the amount of souls you get from killing things. It also makes items drop better. So if we kill this Iron Golem, and then put on the Symbol of Avarice, we'll get more souls, which is really helpful. So that's why we're doing that. Well, good to know, I guess. Why? Oh, because I didn't have the flip ring on anymore. These are the kinds of things that you kind of have to keep track of. Alright, I'm thinking I can do this in 4 hits plus a soul mass. Damn it. Really hoping. Yep. Yeah, that's definitely, there's gonna be an easy strat in there somewhere. Also gotta be careful, as my health is ticking down. There you go. 8,000 more souls than you otherwise would get. I might as well, while I'm at it, just work on this strat a little bit more. Just refine it down to a bit of a science. Stand here, cast Homing Soul Mass, swap to Spear, wait. Roll kinda wildly. 2, 3, 4. Alright, you enjoy. Oh, that was so close. Yeah. Cool. I think that's leave something for you in the VOD. You know what? There's gonna be so many VODs. I wouldn't. But take care. All right. So all that requires is Red Tearstone Ring. So we do have use for it. Since that fight is so kind of benign, or at least it becomes benign with the Red Tearstone Ring, it's perfect. Now we've got the big boy coming up. Ornstein and Smo. And I feel like it's important to put points into this vitality here. Endurance, I don't really have a use for right now. I don't know if I ever will. That's not a lot of health. But I do think it's helpful. Every little bit is going to help. As much as I would love to be the guy that does Ornstein and Smoke blindfolded with like 9 vitality, I don't think it's plausible. And like, hey, maybe we come up with a way to never take a hit, in which case we won't level our vitality. But for now, we're going to assume we need to do that. We can also pop these for extra souls. That's what, 8,000, 20,000 total, plus 1,200 is 2120, or sorry, 21,200. Which we'll say is like 6 levels maybe. It's not a lot. So I don't think it's worth doing unless we find we need more health. But yeah, Ornstein and Smo is really the big question. And it's kind of the final question for Halberd, if Halberd even exists anymore. Oh my gosh. I do have a solution for that, by the way. I don't know how perfect it is, but if you'd like to see it, isn't that beautiful? I think so. There's no world in which we need Crystal Magic Weapon. I'm sure there's plenty of optimizations we can make on these staircases. Is there a world in which we get that? So if we do get that, is there a way back? Now would be a good time to test it. I just like, what would I use the Divine Blessing for? They're really good. Except, wait, how do you even... Oh, you have to drop down on this. Then roll in here. Kind of crazy already. I don't know if there's an ambush waiting for us or not. There is. So it's already not worth it. But, I don't know. I'm curious if I'll ever find a use for that. Maybe. It probably cures poison and stuff, right? Do irregularities. Interesting. Does it cure curse? Probably not. Maybe. Sick if it did. Be a lot cooler if you did. I don't really want to think of these gargoyles right now. Sure, I'll probably kill them, but like, what if I just don't? You know? Probably stupid? Yeah. The fact that you can kill them and then not deal with them is kind of good. You ever struggle with Anor archers? Maybe you just don't. No, they still get me sometimes. Okay, I will point out that now would be a great bonfire to reinforce. The chances of me not needing a bunch of Estus is kind of very, very low. But also, I should wait to do that, because I'll waste a humanity becoming human first. your chance we can even wield Dragon Tooth. Could sell it though. That's like what, 1,000 souls? Oh, you tried to get me. It's probably not worth it, but also we're gonna be strapped for souls, so particularly if I decide that I don't want to use the whole feeding the ring over and over again thing. Not that it's not allowed. It's just that I know people are going to complain. But I guess then I should realize that I don't care. Yeah. But I also understand how it would be cooler to not use it, but it's also cool to use it, so that's fun. Also, can I just say, it's totally crazy to me that there's a strat to do this blindfolded. Strategy which I struggled to do sighted. And it's just like, oh yeah, you can just do that blindfold, it's no problem. Just wild. We killed the Trek, so that's not an issue. We kind of determined that Solaire isn't worth it, but maybe he's worth it just to tank for you. We'll look into that a little bit, but for now, let's just run in there and do stuff. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we gotta actually save. That could have been bad. So that 36 int, and we have 17 vitality. Find me. Just taking stock of important information. Okay, so Havel's. Oh yeah, we don't actually have Havel's ring, which maybe we should have gotten. Worth thinking about. RTSR is good, and nothing else here is good. Because I'll tell you what, that flip ring ain't doing nothing for us. Let's just see what kind of damage we do, I guess. Come on. So that damage wasn't great. But also everything went wrong, which is just gonna happen sometimes. We're supposed to attack Ornstein first. And he just decided that he didn't want to show up to the fight. Also, I'm forgetting about the shield, which is a core part of the strategy. I should also probably working in more homing soul masses. Let's put this. Is it in the wrong hand? Do I need enough strength? 50, which means, is it double? Or is it 1.5? Do I really not have the strength for this? I don't know. Shields, I guess. This would be interesting. News to me. That's great shield. The buff requires you to meet the strength requirement. Well, I'll be goddamn. And I don't know what word comes after that. But imagine something really either southern or just kind of regional that you don't recognize, whichever works for you. And what is the multiplier in this game? I thought it was 1.5. Increases one's strength value by 50%. So yeah, 1.5 rounded down. Great. That's fantastic. That means in order to use this shield, we need what? 35 would be plus 15 plus a little bit, so that's a little bit over. 33 would be at least plus 15. Must be 34, right? 33 times 1.5. It's shy because it's rounded down, so we need 34 strength to use that. So, this is upsetting news. But it's also good news. It's also good, nice, good, happy news. Because it might make this harder for us. It also makes this more interesting. In that there's a deviation from the glitched route. I guess we just pray. I'm thrown for a loop here. I don't want to go back. But I imagine this is tricky without doing that. I don't know. This is going to warrant further consideration. I guess our options are we get Pyromancy with Iron Flesh, which requires rescuing Laurentius, because he's the only one that sells it, which he's also the only one who gives us the Pyromancy Flame, because we're a sorcerer. We still kind of need more damage. I mean, if we're stuck with Smo in the end, Super Smo, we'll call him, then we've got the problem that he has a big hammer that likes to block our attacks. So that's good. That'll help a lot. Definitely enjoy having our efforts thwarted. Besides that, we could go for, again, a halberd strategy. I'm not a huge fan of this strategy. We can't really afford to get the strength to use Havel Shield. That's kind of too much, right? Like, especially with this character, we're looking at 25 levels just poured into strength, and then maybe a couple into dex. That's too much. I mean, it comes out of our vitality pool. Wouldn't it be easier just to pour 25 stats into vitality? Then we'd be at 42. That's plenty. Like, we don't even need 25. We can put 23 in, and then we'll just tank hits better. And I don't know about Red Tearstone Ring. Maybe we put on either Wolf Ring, which is hard to get, so probably not Wolf Ring, or Ring of Steel Protection, which is not a bad ring. We can look into some things. I don't know. We still probably need some attunement. We can get one more point of attunement to get one more set of spells. Probably makes things a lot easier. Tricky. It's tricky. This is not going well. Okay, what about, and hear me out, Magic Shield. It only requires one more attunement to put it in our attunement slots, and one more strength to be able to wield the Grasscrest Shield. And then we can block attacks, and I don't know how that helps us. Pyromancies. I don't know how those help us. Well, Iron Flesh, I know how that helps us. Great Chaos Fireball. We got 4 casts. How is that better than Soul Spear? It's not. You can't kill Ornstein and Smo at the same time and have it, like, actually do anything useful. Some sort of stun lock with a great heavy soul arrow. We already get a stun lock with Soul Spear. So the only thing that Great Heavy Soul Arrow might help with is Smo. But you've got a hit. You've still got a hit. Man, I am just not sure. Maybe just more health. You know? So we can get lucky. That's always fun. I like getting lucky. That damage sucks. Also, all of these rolls are not realistic. Well, that was lucky. I'll also point out that there's no way to know you're behind the pillar other than the fact that you don't take damage. And he can just miss, too. That's not realistic at all. Our damage kind of sucks. Do I have to go? Okay, I can get Bellowing Dragon Crest, which is a little scary. I can try and use that on top of a Red Tearstone, but I think I'd rather just swap it out for... can I get the Crown of Dusk? I don't know. I mean, killing the Hydra is no small feat, that's for damn sure. But if there was a time to do it, it would be when I have the Ring of Favor Protection and lots of health. Problem is I won't have that much health without killing Iron Golem, and if I kill Iron Golem, then I have to go back down through Sens, which is not happening. After you free Dusk, yeah, it's just there. It's 20%, and I don't know if you take extra lightning damage, but we'll just pretend that you don't, right? That sounds correct. So there's an idea. Bellowing and Crown of Dusk, those are two hard to get items. Very hard if you consider that we can't see. Other than that, right, Iron Flesh, we could always test that out, but if we ever get Iron Flesh, we also are getting stuck in the depths. Or are going on a really long journey just for Iron Flesh. Kind of crazy. Not gonna lie. Well, I guess Gotta try something. So let's go see what's possible. Oh, I was like thinking there's like a blood stain on my shirt there. But it's just like the light of the sun reflecting off of it and then not reflecting off of it. Another thing I can do, and this is almost certainly not worth it, is I can get soft humanity. Which I think is what people call it still. Alright, I can make that number go up to 99. I mean, I can't make it go up to 99, but even 10 is, I think it's diminishing returns after 10. But, I mean, again, the real problem is damage. That's the real problem. If we just had damage, our health wouldn't matter that much. I guess there's the idea that we could swap out those vitality points for intelligence points. Also, I'm gonna go get the cage key. Oh yeah, we also have Solaire. Solaire is also an option. Kind of feels like we gave up a little early, but I was feeling a little desperate. You have Thunder Stone Plate, Magic Stone Plate, or whatever it's called. Some weapons, some arrows, some sets of armor. Spellstone Plate, okay.
Nothing at all.
I don't think that really helps that much. We get an Elizabeth Mushroom. That would be quite helpful, actually. Actually, probably not that helpful. I think I would still die. It's possible there's better armor than Havel's to wear for the fight. Given it's got great poise. But even then, I still get knocked onto my feet. Or knocked off my feet, rather. But, like, it's got really great armor. It's not upgradable. So it can be surpassed. But to be surpassed by something that's upgradable usually requires you to upgrade it first. I could look into it, but it just doesn't seem like it would ever amount to anything substantial. And I also think about like which armor sets would even get close, and then it's just it's just like what are we trying to do, right? Strong Magic Shield, if I recall from my looking it up yesterday, is in the Duke's archive, so that's not allowed, or at least not possible for this fight. Black iron armor is there, but again, I don't feel great about armor. And is black iron the right stuff? No, that's physical fire armor. I think it's okay to put a point in entombment. Yeah, we're probably gonna need a lot of arrows, so might as well start using the full ones. Stone ring actually can be quite good, but it's only good with a lot of health and a lot of armor. And also kind of typically in conjunction with the red Tearstone ring. Unfortunate. I don't know why I did that. that. Also Havel's Ring. But first, not Havel's Ring. Imagine this to be rather quick. I probably don't even need to kill those guys in order to do this fight at this stage. Yeah. Oh. That's right. Okay, well, we're gonna go through the dragon this time. But typically, you can go around the back to grab the key. Because that way we avoid the dragon altogether. Although there is an argument for this, I suppose, too. Maybe we will go through the dragon. I don't know. It really depends. We're not actually going to try and kill the dragon, by the way. That's... I'm just bored. Yeah. Probably easier routing-wise to simply get the key from behind. And then... Oh, that's good. But you get the key from behind, then you go do Taurus Demon just because you might as well do it then. You don't have to. You can... Well, oh no. Yeah, you can... You have to go underneath the bridge, though. I'm not going underneath the bridge. So yeah, kill Taurus Demon. Also, the dragon's active right now. He's probably going to come kill me. Oh, no. Actually, okay. If the dragon's gonna do that, then we're fine. I was thinking we were in a really tough spot. Because if the gate in front of us is closed, then the only really way out is through the dragon. Or through the under area. With, like, the ambush and all that, which is not fun. we'll probably open this up. I don't know if I'll use it otherwise, though. Dogs aren't really that big of a problem. Is it just the 3 for now? I mean, I'm
Somebody-
very careful here, okay?
Please let me out of here.
Okay, good. We almost accidentally did a very, very big skip, and that would have been bad. Okay, please. I assume it's not going to hit him. So, is any of this useful? I'm just a waste to pick up? Pretty sure it is. Yeah, we're not going to pick it up. Okay. Stay strong. Okay, so... here's the thing with Capra Demon. And more importantly, getting to Capra Demon. One, we technically should not allow ourselves to use Havel's set to do it. Because we shouldn't have that for what we're trying right now. Because that requires going all the way back through sends and all that. Does Soul Spear go through doors? Nope. Alright, that's good. Also, we have to get ambushed here because we don't have a weapon to hit these guys with. I think Homing Soul Mass is a good spell. It's kind of a good spell. Something in here? No. Okay, we've got 2 dogs. I guess we'll have to open up the shortcut, because we're not going to have casts. If we don't have the casts now, we're not going to have them later. Black leather stuff. We'll grab it for now, like, who knows? It might have a use for, like, equipment load, weight. Oh, crap. That could have been bad. Okay. I think it's right about now it's really sinking in just how much stuff I'm gonna have to route. It's... oh my god. Also thinking about this here. Getting back through, it's kind of rough. And like, I guess if I start at Firelink every time, which is a little crazy, it's actually incredibly crazy. Yeah, we need 20,000, 40,000 more souls here. Which again, we're just going to pretend like we can get for now.
Of course.
So, fall control. Gotta have a use somewhere. It's gotta. Oral decoy. Useful. Magic shield. We don't need another one. Plenty of casts as is. Great heavy soul arrow. It's not good enough to warrant buying more. Yeah.
All right. Hello.
Still.
Farewell.
As we get Logan to move on, we can get Soul Spear again, but not until then, so. I guess. Okay. Don't want to do that all again too often. Capra, 6 int, no Havel. Sounds about right. Okay, so we go in, cast Homing, cast Soul Spear, and then keep casting. I mean, works pretty good. No, that was almost bad. No, it's fine. Not that we really need to practice this, but we really need to see is when does this not work? How consistent is the strat? I assume there is a consistent strat, but is this it? I mean, the one thing I guess to note is we will not have 17 vitality. So let's do it again. Although maybe it's a little pointless to do it again because the running could change so much by the time we actually need to figure this out. We just know that there is an easy possibility here, but so maybe one more time. I probably would have died there with regular amount of health. Maybe with Ring of Favor Protection I'm okay. But okay. That's fine. $8,000 souls. There's a lot of souls. Oh, no, most of that's not even from Capra, so we're not going to worry about souls at this point. We'll figure those out later. Anything beyond this point with souls, it's just kind of like a wash. Body is quite useful here then, because they both still went to attack me because they could, you know, actually see me. I'd like to know what this is. Garbage. Butcher doesn't come all the way up, does she? Man, that's gonna be scary. Also, I didn't realize a very fun and easy method for fighting the butcher without the dogs. But, oh, this area is gonna be gross, dude. Right? Like, I really don't want to do this area before Havel's. I'm sure there's no reason to get the Ember. Get it. Until we decide that we don't need it. But then... After Capra, Laurentius is only a hop, skip, and a jump away. We're down here, right? So... Oh, yeah. The problem here is we need to go kill the dogs. Well, the dog. The not a dog. No. The dog and the not a dog. There we go. I know it wasn't completely crazy. Now this guy is a pushover no matter how you slice it. Don't know if we'll need the sewer chamber key. No. No, we will not. What the heck? Am I crazy? Am I not? I guess he goes away after Anorlando. But I swear I saw him there, like, just now. Okay, we'll have some time to practice this. Is there a summon here? I can't get it right now, but... Okay, I'm gonna guess just a bunch of soul spears to the face and a homing soul mass will do the trick. We don't have that. Okay, so we get a lot more damage than we thought, but also we didn't have as many casts as we thought. All in all, I don't know what to do there, but we did it anyways.
Oh yeah, I think you have. I'll be. Ah. Yeah. What?
Okay, Iron Flesh, finally. Flash Sweat, we'll take it. I don't know, maybe we'll find a use for it. I doubt it. We'll take this, I guess. Not that. And do we upgrade it? Oh, that's tough, actually. Do we upgrade it? Because if we do upgrade it, we don't really have an opportunity to try it low upgraded. But it's also a pain in the butt to do that. This is also the only boss where it'll be difficult to test the different levels. Because we can't just warp back to Firelink and upgrade our Pyromancy Flame more. But the real question then becomes, like, what are we going to use against Orsine and Smough with Pyromancy-wise? What are we going to do? Like, besides Iron Flesh, are we really going to use Great Chaos Fireball? Is there anything else to even try? Chaos Whip, maybe, but I think that's in Izalith or somewhere, like the Demon Ruins, maybe. Chaos Storm, okay, like, hypothetically, we could get Chaos Storm when we fight Quelaag if we sacrifice 20 humanities that were, I don't know where we find them, but we could, or actually, it might not even be 20, it's probably more than that. 30 humanities. So we'd get 30 humanities, and then we'd waste it if we ever changed covenants. I took another I took the cat covenant, so we'd lose that ability if we did that. I mean, hey, maybe it's a thing we do. Something to keep on the back burner. Because as far as I know, you can use Chaos Storm without being in the Covenant. That would be kind of stupid otherwise. Yeah. Okay. So that's an option. So here, I mean, we might as well look at it together. Sorry about that. Fire Whip, Quaylana. Okay, so Quaylana, you got to get a +10 Pyromancy Flame. But also, like, if I was going to do this, if I was going to use any Pyromancy, I'd get at least a +10 Pyromancy Flame anyways. It's just kind of, like, hard to do because it's really expensive. Great, yeah, it's all Quaylana, all Quaylana, all Quaylana. Orsine and Smough, are they poisonable? It must be. Poison and toxic, both possible. Poison, toxic, both possible. Smough, the same. Don't know if that changes anything. This is this is Eingi. This is Blighttown or Eingi. Eingi is impossible. That's why I thought this was Painted World. The more you know. Also, if anyone's wondering, Power Within, that's not happening. It's not happening. It is. I'll say it. It is impossible to get blindfolded. Okay, impossible. Just no. Don't. No. No. Whatever that movie is with Tracy Morgan saying no over and over again, it's that. Okay. So, I mean, it'd be good to test pyromancies because I think we'll want them for Seath, right? Like, I think we need them for Seath. But we can't really justify them for Ornstein and Smo if we can't find a reasonable soul method. Because, I mean, I've been just pretending like I can dupe because I have access to the ring with the cell over and over and over again, but that would take so long. All right? Like, that's like 100 times just to get my Pyromancy Flame maxed. You think I'm going to do that 100 times? That's not happening. That's not happening. But it makes sense to test. I think it makes sense to test. So I'll dupe a bunch of souls. Well, I'll go upgrade. I'll dupe a bunch of souls, upgrade my Pyromancy Flame, go down to Quaylana, upgrade or dupe a bunch of souls, and buy all the good stuff. And then if we need to upgrade our Pyromancy Flame more than that, which I think is crazy, right? I don't think any more than plus 10 makes any sense at this stage of the game. Then we'll do that. So, like we said, plus 10.
Goodbye then.
I suppose it is worth pointing out that even though I wouldn't have gotten Iron Golem killed or Ornstein and Smo killed or have Havel's armor, I would still be able to use the Symbol of Avarice to get more souls from various things. Because that's unlocked as soon as Quelaag's done. And as soon as I get a few, like 10 soul or 10 Lloyd talismans together, which is like 5,000 souls. Which, I mean, that's a lot of souls for extra souls. So I have to make it worth it, you know? So some other ideas I'm throwing out there. It might make sense to be human in certain areas in order to face invaders and get their souls. Because they usually drop quite a bit. I could face Maneater Mildred. And, I mean, I don't think I need to summon her.
I'm not. Are you like? Yes.
So we need 50, 60, let's say 68, 73,
No luck.
73,000. I guess what I say to that is all in a day's work. don't know why I'm bothering to pop the dark sign here, given that I can just teleport back. Or just die.
Now go.
Okay, so... Was there anything else I'm forgetting? Crown of Dusk. That's right. That won't be hard, right? That's just killing a Hydra. That's... We call that Casual Tuesday around here. Those guys come after Capper Demon. They're a nice bit of souls. I think. I hope. I mean, I don't know. Oh, and Havel's Ring. We didn't get Havel's Ring yet. Which I don't think we'll use, because like we don't actually need to roll during the ONS fight. But it's not gonna hurt. Certainly not. I guess I should get this bonfire down here, because I have no confidence in my abilities to kill Hydra or Havel in one try. Certainly not both. I don't have the casts for that even. I also have no idea how to do Hydra Blindfolded. No idea. Let's do Havel first, because I like him better. Not going well. guess homing soul mass is the only real way, but that, honestly, I don't know if I can ever do that. Maybe that's like a save to later thing, like once I get dark bead. Okay, all of you. We made honorary deputies. Count of, I don't think I can kill you. I certainly already am worried about the amount of spell casts I have. Ah. That's good. Perhaps this would be a good use for magic shield. No, it doesn't last long enough. I don't know about magic shield. Well, there's that. Oh, that's definitely not enough to kill this thing. Close enough. I mean, did I tell you or did I tell you? We've got like 440 damage. Left. Okay, apparently I'm wrong. Like, this is definitely enough.
So most I come so my would this my
Alright. I think if we do this now, get what we actually want. No? That's weird. Let me look into this further. Found in dark group basin after you free Duskabula seal. That's what it says. Do I have to reload? Like, does quitting out not work? Possible. Because it ain't there. Guess we'll come back. Where's your... Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure I don't have to be human. Swear to God, if you hurt her. Oh, come on, dude. Really? Don't have damage. I'm out. Aha! Surprise! Hidden body, a godsend. Everything else, pretty goddamn useless. Yeah, I think so.
If thou art in...
So I'm gonna try going back there. See if maybe you just need more quit outs or something. I don't know. It's supposed to be there. Unless I got it already. No. It's supposed to be there. Also, if you didn't know, for some reason, two-handing and one-handing your weapon in water while running replenishes your stamina. I'm sure there's a reason for it. I don't know what it is. It does not work if you have the rusted iron ring on, because you're not running in deep water. But you're also running faster, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know exactly why that took so long. Maybe it's just 2 widows for some reason. Nice. That was nice. Also worth noting, I mean, I think in general melee weapons are bad for this, because anytime you use one, it moves you forward a little bit, whereas spells, you stay perfectly still. Like, my feet move, but they go back to exactly where they were, which is super, super good. Now I think we finally have all the stuff we need to go back to Enerlondo and give this whole Ornstein and Smo thing another try. Also, there's a small possibility, or maybe I already mentioned this, that we can just go Pyromancer, have the Pyromancy Flame already, use Great Chaos Fireball, and what are their other fireballs, and maybe even abuse Eingi a little bit to upgrade our Pyromancy Flame. That way we can do all this without having to go through past Capra. If somehow Pyromancy is useful, but it also wastes a lot of souls. So I have to find ways to get all those souls, so it's tricky. It's definitely not easy. But that's what we're here to find out. That was really nice of you guys. Appreciate making things easier on me. I wonder how much Hidden Body would help against the not New Londo, the Anorlondo archers. Because, like, if we can find a strat for Hydra, our damage isn't going to matter that much. If we just take off a few heads in front, and then get close and just spam missiles, arrows, whatever. Also, we can just use a bow. That's true. can get a nice bow at a distance setup, then we can just kill Hydra that way. Also, this, well, it works still. It's fine. That's, you know, it's gonna cost a few souls to kill it, obviously, or souls for arrows to kill it, obviously. But if there's a setup, you know, could be the way. I think technically it's fine to not go rest at the bonfire, because we're just going to use save states anyways. Not really a save state, it's just a backup save. What's the difference? I don't know. Save states is usually talked about with tasks and emulators, mostly emulators and tasks. What's the difference? I don't know. Okay. Just debating. Making a new save or just overwriting the old one. I think it just makes sense to make a new one. Okay, so the first thing we test is just regular old sorcery damage with Bellowing, Dragon Crest, Crown of Dusk, Havels, Havels, Havels. And I'm sure that help won't matter, right? That's better. It's much more plausible anyways. Did forget that attuning might be important. So I should rest at the bonfire. Yeah. that's fine. I was thinking the shortcut only works one way, but I guess I can open up the actual shortcut. Okay. Now we can test with Iron Flesh, and I don't know about Great Soul Arrow. Do we have any other options? Great Heavy. It's probably a better option, to be honest. What did I... Yeah, okay. One more time. Checking at the save. We'll only do this a lot more. Sure. Also, last time I got very lucky at the start. There's no way I could have done that sighted or blindfolded. Like we just absolutely smattered Ornstein at the perfect timing. It's definitely a better spell because its ability to stagger, but it's 2 hits per stagger, which is icky. And obviously, you can see the whole time. It feels stupid at saying it every time, but this is how it goes. So I also forgot Iron Flesh. I'll try a more stationary approach this time. I thought it was dead. So... But that's gonna happen. I mean... So kind of unfortunate that Iron Flesh doesn't stop. Maybe if I... No, because Iron Flesh goes through poise, so... It just doesn't stop me from getting knocked over against that charge attack. So I'm not sure about this, but I think every time my character does that, like, shrug, and I can't really show here without, like, standing up, that's me trying to drink Estus, and I think it's a result of me casting sorceries. I also think that it's technically a glitch. No, we will not be counting that. It's unfortunate. And we're dead. Yeah, I don't know about this one. We've got damage. There's clearly something I'm missing here. Besides the fact that it's a really hard fight with lots of crazy stuff going on, and I have to try and do it in a way where I can't see. You know, besides that. Yeah, I don't think the Iron Flesh is, like, helping at all. I feel like I'm still taking a lot of damage. Also, Homing Soul Mass is missing, like, every chance it gets. He says that it hits perfectly. Oh, so gross, dude. See, this is the kind of thing that I would want Chaos Storm for. If you could just knock Ornstein out in one try, that'd be fantastic. The only problem is, anything I spend making Chaos Storm good it's gonna be so expensive that there's like I'm not gonna have the same. But I guess on the bright side, you don't need intelligence for pyromancies to be good. Like maybe there's a pyromancy side of this whole routing where after gargoyles, after Quelaag, I pick a hard-turned pyromancy. Oof. And then never look back. Okay, this is the last sorcery try, and then I gotta go test some pyromancy stuff because I don't want to end on sorcery and then be like, oh, today we're doing pyromancy. I don't know. Feels weird. Is it weird? Probably not. Also, it might be helpful to have better organized spells. Oh, no. I just can't even see what's going on. That's too good. Okay. Brickhouse, Fireball, Firestorm, Great Combustion. Kinda need more casts. So obviously still keep all of that. Be tricky. Let's we freehand this to avoid Ornstein trying to dodge. Move a little closer. Oh yay. Yes, that's fun. I like that. And I gotta start with a little bit of low health because for some reason the Symbol of Avarice was first. Nice. Are you referring to just how badly I got fucked? Yeah. Because I'm with you there. It's gonna take a sweet time. Maybe I can kill Smo first. He's supposed to be weak to pyromancy, isn't he? Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna stop with Chaos Fireball because it sucks. Let's get lucky with these last three. No dice. I don't know what Ornstein is doing right now, but I like it. I used the catalyst. I don't think I have enough damage to finish this off. Also, he's very good at dodging this. That damage sucks. There's some flaws with pyromancy as a strat. Some serious flaws. Firestorm I liked. Great Combustion was iffy at best. last thing I try, I guess. Oh yeah, I need to copy this over. Give this a few tries. Yeah, what do we got? And then we'll call her a night. So I think we try and start with Firestorm again. Nice. Nice. Well, it worked well, is what it did. We don't press the wrong button. We do. Nothing goes wrong. We can use it anyways. Okay, we're gonna get some hits in. We're gonna have to go for it again because some damage. The new fire whip had potential, but also got to keep in mind that Chaos Storm is like way better than Firestorm. Great combustion here to save. I don't know if I ever possibly hit with this. That's not a question I'm aiming to figure out right now. That's annoying. Don't like this spell. Don't like you. Yeah, it's just so hard to hit the guy. I'd need more attunement slots, more AoE stuff, and more luck, really. Smo is really annoying, actually. I don't like him. Alright, that's all I can handle for one night. So I'm going to take off. But for everyone who came out and supported, that was really cool. I probably wouldn't be able to stay sane doing this otherwise. So, thanks for that. Anyways, I'm going to get going. See you later.